All right. My bad. My bad. I had a phone call today. Good morning. Good morning. It's November 18th, 2025. Welcome to Chuck for Options. And we are live. Yes, we are. All right. Good morning on this beautiful, crisp Tuesday morning. Yesterday we did good. Yesterday we hit a 200 percenter. Um, we got our motions right. We got our directions right. Um, we got they got us here. This was good for this long run. You know, today I think we're going to see something around the same thing. I think we are going to fill the gap. We're going to look for the same play like yesterday. We're going to go fill the gap downside. You know, we're going to look for some of this wiggle, but what we want the long move. You know, we want to look for the long move. So I think we're going to see something similar to this today. Um, I have some levels. All right. So we hit a pre-market low of 664.84. I'm sorry, low of 660.06, and we hit a high of 664.84. So right now it's like right in the middle of that range. We closed at 665.67. So that pre-market high of 664.84 is going in the same general direction of down. You know. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, Richard? Good morning, Brain. Um, I was just trying to give me 1 second. And to think about how we should get ready for today, and also get ready for Thursday. I think I opened up something for Thursday yesterday. Um, but then I also had another thought too. You know, we have to be careful because they're swinging everything really low right now. Really low right now. They're draining one side of the seesaw. One side of the seesaw is going up, the other side is going down. The puts are going up, the calls are going down. So if this stuff do reverse, it'd be it'd be advantageous. But I don't think you would want to buy those until like you would want like next week's contracts, I think. Like Tuesday, I mean Monday. But then it's when the market's dropping again right now. 661. It was hanging around 662 for a little bit. All right, it's 925. I'm looking for the news right now. Remember, Nvidia has a gap side to fill too, to the upside. I think if Spy keeps clearing their gaps, its own gaps, and Nvidia keeps spreading those gaps, that's a breakout trade. That's breakout to the upside. But it's going to be patience though. We're going to look for that. What's the name too? 0.67. All right. So this was yesterday. We have 2 minutes. Copy. We have 1 minute, not 2 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, here we go. Ding ding. We're on, baby. We got notes up and everything too. Or we got the skeleton up. You don't got notes up. All right, so we want to look for the downside gap fill to be filled first. There we go. All right, so we're going to look for gap fill, maybe even. So if you want to play a call right now, would probably be a good time to write a call. Wouldn't be bad because they're going to go for that upside gap fill. Well, if if they do it structurally today, but then it's why the obvious play. So the obvious play usually isn't the right play. You can make money off the play, but that's not the money play. All right, if you look at the puts, some of those puts are, there we go. Those are positive right there. Bang. All right, so it's running lower. So they're just opening up like this. Nvidia is still falling. So Nvidia, we're gonna keep Nvidia up here because Nvidia is definitely the market. This is the bad boy we want to watch right here. That UVIX. I mean, this VIX. All right, here we go. You see, I thought they were gonna do some jerk shit like that. I thought they were gonna do some jerk shit like that. I thought they were gonna do some jerk shit like that. But now we gotta look out for the follow through. And now look at what UVIX is doing. All right, there we go. Boom. All right, so we're going to hit technicals. You see, they feel that. Now let's see what's going to happen down here, especially if they keep this unfilled. Especially if they keep this gap unfilled again for Nvidia. I'm pretty sure Nvidia didn't clear that gap yesterday. Nope. There's another gap up here at 191. There's another gap up here at 195. Is that all-time high 195? 212. 212. 195. Is that it right there? Did it just top tick the 212? Where's your 212? 212. Okay, it top ticked. It top ticked 212. But this is at 211. When was this? 1103. All right. All right, so November 3rd. All right, you can see the gaps. You can see the gaps. Okay, and we got a gap right here. So we got a gap all the way up at 203. So there's a lot of gaps on Nvidia. A lot of gaps on Nvidia. So we wanna we really wanna watch that. All right, so partial gap fill. That's a rejection right there. I am going to give it some time. We have to measure the market out a certain way. Let me see. We had more updates from Venezuela yesterday on what we're going to do with the cartels. Hmm. Right now, I think the market is interested in Trump, Nvidia, and the Fed next week. I don't think the cartel news is going to um, necessarily do anything to the market unless the cartel does something to Nvidia, Jay Powell, or Trump. So if you wanted to open a call on the open, that would have been fine because they're going to fill this gap. Now, the thing we don't know is when it's going to top tick. So I was going to wait maybe um like two channels, two fluid channels, and then I want to look for a downside channel. I mean, it's going to go up. Yeah, we don't have any data. We were supposed to get data, but no data today. That job market report's not going to be good. But UVIX going down, SPY's going to go up. When UVIX go, you see, this is why when UVIX go down, this goes up. So when UVIX go to fill its gap, SPY is going to go, or at least in that direction. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ooh. Of course, when I hit the mute button, no more sneezing. Of course. Sheesh. Mm. All right. So when it comes to market makers, right now, I think people are still bullish because people are still buying Nvidia. There's way more people buying Nvidia than selling Nvidia. I think on the retail, there's some big institutions that sold Nvidia, but there's also a lot of uh, retail that kept Nvidia, and they're still buying. But whatever happens with Nvidia, that's what the market's going to do. Nvidia is a part of this AI trade. If they don't believe in this AI trade, then it's a wrap. Trump tweeted about an hour ago about healthcare. Mm. Amazon getting hit right now. Um, hmm, hmm. What do you think, man? What do you think? Okay, they got jobs numbers last night. All right, Soxel is down. Robin Hood red. All right, we are. And the market is waiting for Nvidia big time. But Nvidia's been gapping down. You've seen all those gaps I just showed you with Nvidia. Nvidia's been losing out the past, like, let's put you there. Let's go here. Nvidia. Nvidia. Good morning if anyone new is in here. Right now we're just trying to find some information. Trying to do some homework before the big powwow. So I'm looking for gaps. I found them earlier. I was able to see them earlier. Oh wow, what is going on? Nvidia. Nvidia is gapping down like all the time. Look at this. I want to see it again. I want to see it again. All right, you see? That's a gap. Okay, so keep an eye out for those. That's one. That's two. That's three. That's four. That's four. I'm pretty sure there's five. I'm pretty sure there's one more I seen right there. 203. Did it clear? Did it clear that one? One, two, three. Did I just count four? Ooh, look at that. Ooh. That's a cuck right there, but it doesn't matter. It's too early. That's not gonna. The thing is not gonna. That burn's not gonna hurt. There we go. No, that's the same one. That's the same one. Here go to 212. Okay. There we go. 202. 203. We've seen that one. So this is where it topped. One. Oh, we got it. It's like 4 or 5 gaps this thing ate through and ignored. This thing is gapping down like every day, but we're not paying attention to it because it's NVIDIA. This thing is gapping down every day. It's been gapping down like every week. How long has it been doing this for? Right here. So ever since 1029, 1029, 1029, 11. Where's 1029? Right here. So Nvidia's been dropping ever since then, ever since this date, October 29th, all the way up until with all those gaps. Okay. So I'm getting out of that. Okay. There's a couple of different things you can get. You can get that can be, well, it's only one. There's only one or two things. It's either going to be a squeeze or it's going to or is it going to continue to fall. To Thursday is going to be it. Wednesday into Thursday going to be it. Like that's going to be it. To clear this, look at this. This is earnings. This was the earnings run right here. 1029. I mean 23. This week, that week, that was their earnings. That was their earnings run right there. The rest is history, but that's after earnings. What do you think? Did it put 661, 675 break wouldn't be bullish? Well, me personally, I'm leaning bullish. Okay. Now, when I lean some away, that means I'm only opening up calls or puts in that direction. That's going to limit your trading. Now you're not trading twice as much. So automatically you're making money. You're making money you don't even see. Because now you're trading half as much. And then we want to tick. We do want to tick. All right. So let's get our ticks. 934. We're gonna mark that. 934. We had a high day. 934 high of day. I seen it. 664.26. 26. All right. Now gap down. Gap up filled. This was yesterday. Gap up filled. Today we gapped. Gap down. No fill. Pre-market 664.84. We're going to get our low end right here as well. And then I definitely want to check some contracts because I was waiting on one, but I got some other ones going right now too. All right, pop, 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 pop. All right, so we do want to look out for. So remember, you want to trade the channels. Trade what's in front of you. If you're going to have runners, cool, but don't expect those runners to watch those runners. I think that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I want to say. Watch those runners. All right, here we go right here. All right, so we did reject that. Nvidia's been gapping down. Straight up gapping down. I wonder, we're going to take a look at the SPY later on. Or you know what, Rich, can you do me a favor? Would you mind helping me out, bro? Would you mind taking a look at in the SPY since October? S&P was trying to get a rebound big time. Yeah, if Trump lose the markets, this is going to hurt. Is it's going to hurt him. It's going to hurt the markets. All right, so I'm going to chill there. If I didn't, Nvidia is just dropping, boy. Wow, I didn't think it was going to reject. You know, when I finally start picking up all the fucking pieces and I start putting all the fucking pieces in the puzzle together, shit! I wish I would have figured this out further. Shit. Oh my god, that Nvidia news. Can you imagine if I would have figured that out before? Oh my god, if I would have actually figured that out like weeks ago. Uh so stupid. So stupid. I seen it too. I seen it. So we might want to be careful here, okay? Because yes, we did not that were basically confirmed. October we were bullish because of the Fed cuts. Yeah, but what about October 29th? Oh yeah, we were so bullish. We were very bullish. So we were bullish and Nvidia was still gapping down and shit. Mm. Mm. Interesting. Mm. Well, okay. We got our puts in. I mean, the market's going down. What can hurt this? What can hurt this? The overall market, we were bullish yesterday between the Thursday, Friday, Monday. That was a huge turn. I don't think we're no longer in like such a vicious up You see? What is this? 11/12. When was 11/12? I don't know. I have the freaking date on my freaking notebook. Are you kidding me? You know how so stupid. Okay, Wednesday. Yep. You see, we start falling the end of day Wednesday. Down, down, boom, boom. I was ever since. I was ever since. Wow, S&P down 1% already for the day. I definitely should have went ahead. Well, you know what? I made a lot of. You know what? I bought some plays for the future. I bought some Nvidia puts for next week. I bought some Nvidia puts for this week, and I got some yeah, I do want to swing those because if Nvidia is dropping as um consistent as it is, then yesterday's price isn't going to be, it's going to be higher, because the price is always going up. If it's always gapping down, it's always going down. Those puts are only going up. Those puts are only going up, you know. Look at this. Look. Red, 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 red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven red days in a row. 2 green days, right? 7. Nope, that's a Friday. This is a Monday. Sell off Monday. That's a gap day. That's a gap day. You can see the gaps. Gap. Ooh, gap, gap. That's filled. Gap right there. Right there. You see? Right there. So Nvidia just been dropping, you know. Um, how come no one's talking about that? How come no? Do you know how many fucking videos? You do know how many videos I watch every day. You do know how much research I look for. No one's been talking about freaking Nvidia dropping ever since October. Bro, we spend weekdays and weekends together. And you hear some of the videos I watch. You hear most of the videos I watch. Who's been mentioning that? Who's been talking about this Nvidia dropping this whole time? Yesterday they talked about some institutions dropping it, but dude, this has been a trend for the last 2 or 3 weeks. Nvidia gapping down every week. That's huge. The trade was Nvidia, not the SPY or anything else. The trade is Nvidia. Fuck. The trade's Nvidia. The trade isn't even SPY. You see? Oh man. If you look back on the videos and everything for the past, I want to say week, maybe week and a half, I've been following Nvidia and I've been putting Apple up here. I've been trying to find out who's moving the market. Who from the Mag 7 is moving the market in this Nvidia? Nvidia, look, we just broke 180. That's a crucial point right there. And my puts are going up nicely. Yo, Nvidia's a trade. Yeah, the SPY is out there and everything, and the SPY, yes. Now, are we late on Nvidia? Do you know how I talk about trading channels? And you want to be in the right part of the trading channel because that channel is also what? Your entry. So now where do you want to enter on the trade? Where do you think Nvidia is going to go? It's been dropping precipitously for the past like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, since the 29th, if you want to be precise. So how do we make money off this shit now? How do we make money off that? How do we make money off this news? So it's been dropping since the 29th. What do we know? We know that Nvidia's been dropping since the 29th. We know that institutions have been selling out of Nvidia, and they've been making them. I guess they had to make them public more recently over the past 2 or 3 days. Okay. What else happened? Um, um, uh, 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 oh man, who's the big investor? The old guy, Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett, he bought Amazon. He didn't buy Nvidia. Does he own Nvidia? I don't think he holds Nvidia. You said 200 support couldn't hold. Nah, that shit couldn't hold. Since last week, when it hit all-time high, it's been dropping. Bro. Yo, Nvidia could fucking tank the market. Wow, I definitely should have bought more of those puts. That's crazy. That's almost 200%. Those are 50%. You see, I didn't even go hard. Why didn't I go hard? It's okay. We're going to have another trading channel. We're going to have another trading channel, and I'm going to be there for it. But this Nvidia trade is kind of getting me. All right, so oh, this is at 24. It was at 23 before, right? 22. I'm pretty sure it was at 23. Last time I looked at it, it was at 23. If we're down, this is up. This might help us see this a little bit more. All right, so we do want to look out for the reverse. All right, now be careful if you're up a lot on some things, be careful on that. I'm gonna sell out of some stuff because we don't know. Oh, now my later dated stuff, I'm not selling. Just the short dated stuff, I'm selling. The stuff that's oh, did I touch that? Because that was up too much. That's why that was up too much already. It's cool because it's going to wave and do whatever. What's today? So we don't want to touch the 18s. I mean, we don't want to touch we just want to touch the eight. We only want to manage the 18s. We don't want to manage all the other stuff. We're not going to sell that. We're going to keep that. So now the other side of the coin is, the upside. So, it's been dropping for X amount of weeks. Okay. It's been rinsing. So how much are those calls then? The 212 call right now, it's 212 and a half, 43 cents. That's for this week. Let's see for next week. Got 212, 86. So it's double. What about the fifth? 86. So we're looking at about maybe 150 for the 212s. The 212s, 134. I thought it was going to be about 150. I did think it was going to be double that. I thought it was going to be a little bit lower, but I was $16 off. That's fine. I'll take that math. Um, I'm just trying to price out Nvidia because at the money calls today, at the money calls today, 700, 700, 900, 1,000. So the risk reward, The risk reward is crazy. Now for December 5th, if you think the market's going to recover December 5th, well, I wouldn't even buy that. I wouldn't buy anything on December 5th because we have the Fed on the 31st. 100% banger. Yep, you hit that too. You hit that too. I sold out. I sold out at 100 and it hit 100 and I think like 90%. Uh I seen it at 170, 174. I sold at 155. 155%. Those are all percents. And I sold some other position and I kept my other positions on. So, just like you got the downside, you got to get your upside. I don't think it's 150. Oh, I didn't see that. 150% banger. Bet. I thought it was 100. That's what's up. That's what's up. Now you see that V? Remember that V that we hit yesterday? Remember? I said we are going to do the same thing, but we want to wait though. I don't think it's going to go up to fill that gap. That'd be very advantageous. That'd be one hell of a move. Can you imagine that? All right, so this is lower day right here. Let me mark this. This is low of day 656.80. New low of day at what time? And we also have to keep an eye out on our time frames too. This is 10:05. You see, I'm slacking. This is 10:05, 656.80. New low of day. Structures change up. High day. That was just a high day. There was really nothing really with that. I'm just gonna put that. There was really no structure change, really. Really no structure right there. So we're gonna let that go. That's just open. All right, so this could be the add-on right here. So yeah, that's what that was back there. All right, awesome. Yeah, so the reason why you wanna buy the right contract, especially when you're leaning. Well, for me, when I'm leaning, I wanna only stick to that one side because I don't want to sell that contract. You see these things rip and run all different types of. You just don't want to sell automatically. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Dealer's choice. That's all bad print. That's all bad print. That's all bad print. That's the print right there. Oh wow, 657. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, so where are we? It's still early. It's 10:13. 10:13. Yo, if you're just coming to the stream and everything, thank you for coming in. Please drop me a like, sub. We get to work immediately. We're here to make money. That's what we do. No fake shit. All real shit. Real trades, real money. I was thinking about offering this as a service, like journaling for people. You see, this that jerk right there. This is why you got buy the right contract. So we definitely do want to be patient. We want to be really patient with everything that we do. Um, because we gotta let these channels work out. This is a channel. Boom. Now we might consolidate for a little bit. What time is it? 10:14. We hit the 10 a.m. We hit the 10 a.m. structure change usually. Boom, we there. Now there's going to be a move on the top end or bottom end of 10:30. But then the real move for the day is going to come in between 11 and 12. That's going to probably be the trade of the day. This is just um rope doping. This is just rope doping right here. This is just rope dope. So we found Nvidia. We found what Nvidia was doing because yesterday, I think I mentioned it yesterday about the gap not being closed with Nvidia. You see, this could be a buying channel if you want to buy a contract. That's why I say only buy one contract. You know, if you're gonna, especially in moves like this, because you don't know which way it's gonna rip, but you want to buy a contract so you have it, and then you can see which way it's going to go. You know, you can watch it and wait for more confirmations, but this is a good buying opportunity for the puts. Look at where we are for us to run down some more. You know, why would you want to buy them here when they're already expensive for a chance for it to run low? At least right now we have a test. Yeah, we have a channel. We have a test. And, you know, even if we do consolidate in here for a while, you're on the top of the channel at the best price of the channel for it to run down. Now, another thing too, when it comes to theta, you also have to scale theta. You have to scale it. What do I mean by scaling? Scaling is just like we look at theta on the small time frames, as in with the daily contracts and the zero dates. Well, you have to expand that time frame with weekly contracts. You know, monthly contracts, same thing. I wish I would have grabbed more of them. I know I should have grabbed more of them. That's going Teeter and Peters right there. Nvidia. That's crazy, bro. Oh my god. You know how much money we could have made if we would have just, I don't know, just seen how that trend changed in real time. Hmm. Oh, that was Jensen talking. All right, so this could be our range area for our next move. Yesterday we did this and we went down. We went down in the same direction. Now, oh yeah, that's a nice bounce on the video right there. I'm really not worrying about that right there. Hood at 114. Palantir 168. You see how the market is coupled up with SPY. What's Apple doing? I like to look at Apple. You wanna? Oh, I like to look at the heavyweights to the max 7 in Apple and Nvidia. I think Nvidia is 8% and Apple's like 7%. I think like 7.3, 7.5 or something like this. So this right here is a big move that you want to look out for too, because you know these are cuck moves. That's a cuck cuck. That's a cuck cuck. That's a cuck 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 cuck. I don't think I want to be ignorant to the fact that things can also rip. Yes, on Thursday because Nvidia's earnings is Wednesday after market. Oh, Home Depot. Home Depot wasn't good. Their earnings, they're down 13%. I don't know why they're reading extremely bullish. And so when it comes to gap rules, you gotta have your gap rules. You gotta have rules for that opening gap. That's very important. And there's a very important gap rule. When gaps don't fill immediately, you see how this gap didn't fill immediately? Do you remember yesterday when I mentioned that? When I mentioned gaps filling immediately, That is how a gap. This yesterday. This was yesterday, right? Yeah. No, 11.4. This was yesterday. No, what's yesterday? 16, 17. Oh, too much. Right here. Yesterday, it filled the gap immediately. 17, 11, 17. This is immediately. You see? Look how far into the day we are, and the gap hasn't filled yet. That matters because when gaps don't fill immediately, or when gaps don't fill, I guess immediately, okay? The longer, because there's an asterisk next to that, or a comma in quotes, because the longer the day goes, the less of a chance that gap will fill. All right. Now, if you look at the time frame, if we do go up to even attempt that, that's going to be around. This is 11 o'clock right here. A lot more coverage on this in the video game. Shit. Mm, I think this might be the one. This might be the one. I will be right back. I have to use the restroom. I'm back. Maybe I should leave again. I came back to this right here. All right, so it looks like we have two levels. Let's, let's take it here. All right. Couldn't break 660, rejecting off that level. Oh shit! I was like, wait, what the? All right, here we go. That's the five. Same thing. All right, there we go. Theo sold all his Nvidia. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. People are selling like, people are selling their Nvidia. That's huge. Whoever wins AI wins the business, not bubble. CNBC is paid short mouth. Oh, they're talking about Nvidia. Yeah, Wednesday's report is crazy. Oh, Anthropic to spend 330 billion in compute through Nvidia and Microsoft. Oh, that's why they dropped that news. They even dropped semi-positive news for Nvidia, and Nvidia is still dropping, still gap down. They dropped that yesterday. They're talking about it right now. That's crazy. Nvidia already priced. It's all about the Fed. Yeah. Speaker Johnson live said the House will approve releasing the files. Why is good news priced in? but never bad news. That's funny. 150 after earnings. Mm. And what if someone knows the earnings? Oh no, people know the earnings already. Someone out there, somebody knows the earnings. You you can't act like somebody don't know. Somebody know. They voted for the Epstein files. I think they got the vote pass. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when that happens to the market? The I mean, if they find something, if they get some magical ink that gets rid of redactions, that could be trouble. That could be trouble. Now we got AI. AI. We want you to figure this out. Fill in the blank with the most plausible. With the three most plausible things in the redacted sections. You know, Speaker Johnson and House Republicans leaders hold their weekly briefings. Bitcoin's at 92. Mm. Okay, so they just announced the Nvidia deal. So that pump was from the Nvidia deal. That's crazy. They are so conditioned they can't even stop trying to prop for a single session. This is going to be glorious. Trump Lewinsky crash 2025. You won the internet today, sir. hilarious. Mm, everyone in there, cause I know it's so put heavy right now, and that's the scary part. It's like the market is so put heavy. I mean, admit is very bearish. I mean, very bullish. So I guess there are legitimate bullish people out there, but I mean, in the forums and everything, like everyone is bearish. The charts are reading bearish. Look at this. Now we're on the low end. We're on the low end of the range. We were on the top end of the range. Now here go the low end of the range. So they're just riding this range out for a while. You see, what time is it? 10 o'clock, 11:40. Almost an hour. Almost an hour of nothing. You know. All right, we're attacking that low end. Oh my God, all those ads. That was nice. I don't like that green candle so thick. Yeah, people still really bullish. So, for the first half of the day, they rinsed the calls. We can still go to open and print. We open it at 662. Uh, what am I looking at? We open at 664. 664. They're talking about it again. Microsoft and Nvidia put 350 billion into Anthropic. So they're throwing more money. All fake numbers. They are fake numbers. Oh my god. Back in the Japanese financial crisis in the 80s, they offered 100-year, 3-generation mortgages. That's insane. So you done fucked your grandson over, your granddaughter over, and they didn't even come yet. They weren't even thought of yet. Mm. You don't even put a seed in no one yet. And you already screwed over your lineage. Already screwed over your lineage. That's crazy. Nobody can buy contracts right now on open door. Uh, 653 is so probable. 653. Yeah. 'Oh wow. Open door puts. Wow, there's no options on open door. That's crazy. All right. So I'm 100% sure, 100% sure that we're either going to go up or we're going to go down. All right. That's it. That's it. I'm not a guru. Okay. I am the guru. All right. I am your guru's guru. All right, who can give you 100% chance like that? Nobody. I do. Oh God! But right now we've been sideways. I'll be wrong as a mug right now, yo. Oh gosh. Man, you gotta keep yourself entertained, bro. Again. It's the third time that we approached this line. Ugh. There we go. We wanna, we don't want to see the real fast, long lines. We want to see the nice grind. We want to see a grind like this. We don't want to see anything, you know, that's all right. So this is huge. This is 11 a.m. right here. You see, 11 a.m. It has a star by it. All right. This is now, but between this 11 and 12, this is going to be the direction for the day. I think this is going to be the big money mover right here. And we are on the bottom end of that range. We're on the good end of that range too. So we're on the outside right there. That's where we want to be. That's a new low of the day right there, baby. That's a new low of the day right there, baby. All right, that's a new low of the day right there, baby. 1101. All right, we'll take it. 1101. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. Just create a little bit more separation. All right, so we got to take out 179 over here. We got to take out this 179. All right, so S&P just took out our previous low. So we have new low a day. I didn't put the number. Oh, I did put the number in. All right, now Nvidia is what we are looking for. Looking for Nvidia to catch up. That's what we want. We got to break that. That's definitely important. We want to break that, and we want to keep that ball rolling right there. That's good. Apple, okay, that's good. We want Apple to hit this level too. This is pretty much the same level right there. These are two heavyweights on the Mag 7. This is my Mag 7 watch list. I have a Metals and a QQQ watch list as well, but we just want to stick here. What are we at? 655. We can break through that 650. We got both of these guys right here, red. That's nice. I mean, with the rest of the market, rest of the S&P, red too. We can hit something really precipitous today. We can definitely go down 550. We can definitely run $6. It was gonna probably give us. I'll be happy with 4 points. 4 points would be nasty too. But we want to keep this momentum going if we can. Especially we want to stay out of this box. It'd be nice to stay on a low end of the box. Yesterday we broke the box and then went back down. Depends on what time they do that. That's going to be really time dependent because it depends on the theta release on those contracts. We have a gap. We have a gap at 53. And we had a gap at 653. Um, Gap filled to 653. And video will be 200 Thursday. VIX climbing, dump incoming. Whoa, look at that run. Mm. I gotta get some food. I am starving. VIX looking to climb some more. If you see VIX go up, we're gonna see. All right, let me go get some food. I'll be right back. Wow, look at that. We are. There's a chance they're going to go for. We could. We could also get rejected, but it looks like they're going for it. They're going to fill the gap. You see what I say? I said between 11 and 12. This is that was the trade right there. Boom. That lower day. Well, that was a trade channel. We want to see where this go. If they take it up to fill the gap, that'd be crazy because that's bigger than that move. You see, they took that whole move away right here already. So anything you were doing just got undone. Right here. That was it. Trump is hosting the Saudi prince. That's nasty. That's nasty. That was like 600, 700% move right there on the right contract. Wow, that was brutal. I'm about to wait for confirmation and then get puts. Yeah. Just wait for the next channel. Just let this channel do what it does and see where the market takes us. All right, they're letting that creep up. I feel as though this is a fake pump. But you just gotta just let it play out. And you may want to start getting out. I don't know. I don't know. I've been learning some pretty cool things. And I don't want to say something without like confirmation, especially if I didn't put it in the notebook. If I put it in the notebook, it's usually Mm, this punk is looking kind of nice. Yeah. 23. 'That joint looking real to me. That joint looking real to me. That joint feel real to me. Oh, like a shooter again. Hmm. Everything is on the table. $50-year mortgages. That is not going to make anyone great, anyone rich. That was the V. That's the V right there. Crazy. They V'd that shit. Insane. So yesterday, the dump came around like 12 and change, around 12 o'clock. I'm not saying that like, they time it or anything, but things happen in those ranges, in ranges. So we could be within that range for a structure change. This is a lower high, right? This is a lower high right here. A lower high. What time frame is it? Lower high 11:39. Lower high is that 662? Isn't this pre-market? I think 662 is pre-market. What's pre-market? 660. No, we were at 62. Okay. We open up around that. There we go. We open up around there. Lower high structure change. I guess right there, just put it all just one thing. SCD. That was a crazy V. You can see the V on Nvidia, SPY, QQQ, Google, IWM, Google, Coinbase. I guess Hood. Ooh, Meta. Not a V. Yeah, I guess it's a lowercase U. Not a V, lowercase u. It's not a lot of news. And TLT bonds are down. That's the 20-year treasury. SQQ. Yeah, that's down. That's right. And Tesla inching up. TMF is straight down. Chime, Bank of America V. All right, I'll be right back. Tell that bitch you motherfucking right. Hey. Tell that motherfucking right. Hey, what's up? What's up? I'm back. Oh, VIX is going up. VIX is going up. UVIX going up. Alright, so maybe this is the turnaround we've been keeping an eye out for right here. Mm. Yeah, Home Depot was a really bad lagger. You said got some news. Oh, what news you got? Yo, check Discord. Ooh, I want to see the news. said check Discord whenever. I'm not even watching Spy or any others, just Nvidia now. Look at this juice. We may see 650 today for sure, under 655. The VIX is going up. Now, the dangerous thing is when you see the VIX going green and the UVIX going green. When you see these two going green, that's when you're going to see the SPY really, really do its thing. We've seen it earlier. I just didn't have it lined up, I don't think. Donnie making up numbers again. Paper investment versus V in effect. 5% pullback achieved. Yeah, they can be breaking these pullbacks up in segments too. I was thinking about that as well. Because you see us make these moves and then reverse them. Like we might walk it down, but we're walking it down slow. But I don't know if it's included. I mean, I don't know if overnight is including on those moves because I know gaps can't get filled overnight. This market was propped up on hopes and dreams. 650 is today's magnet. There's big liquidity issue. $600 billion Saudi investment in U.S. Why do dip buyers not see themselves as unwitting backholders? Because they believe in the company. They're not backholding. And we believe that is just momentarily. So you're watching Nvidia. I would recommend you look for levels. I would definitely look for levels because we see the levels up top, and that's alarming. You know, I wouldn't ignore. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore that. There's gaps up top. They have a lot of gaps up top. Now earnings is tomorrow. We're just figuring out this information now. So we're at the bottom tick of that, you know, rather at the bottom tick of it or the top tick of it, depending on which way you're looking at it. So it's like if you think it's going to go up to touch some of those gaps, or it's going to continue to get down because there's something wrong with the play. Outside of anything, we all think that Nvidia is going to beat double beat, easy double beat, especially if they're the ones selling the shovels and the pickaxes for the AI trade. So I really wouldn't ignore that upside. And what's that? 212. I wouldn't ignore that into next week. The downside is too easy. It's too obvious. That's what the whole world is looking at. The whole world is looking at Nvidia's earnings. I'm sorry, but the United States, they are, for their stock market, the story is AI in a bubble. It's like, okay, they can reflect it, they can say it, but at any time, they can switch it. But those contracts are going to just be just sick, sick, no matter which way you look at it. But the market is going to follow that. And that's the big part, because at the money contract, you're looking at like 700, $800. But right now, they're like 40, $30, you know? So I think because I have downside. The contracts are going to explode thousands of percent, thousands of percent. So a $9 contract is going to turn to a $50 contract, $50 contract to $80 contract, something like that. A $40 contract, that motherfucker gonna go up to some guap. $100 contract. You know, but you definitely got to give yourself time on those contracts. This week, nah. Next week, yeah. The following week, yeah. I will buy. I will buy something either way on those. Your spread, and even if you create a spread, even if you do write a spread, you're gonna take a L one way, but it's okay. That's the hedge. It's okay if that go to zero, because your money's gonna go the other way. You're gonna make that back and more. You're not gonna make as much, but if you don't want to gamble and go one way, you lose everything. If you got a crystal ball, if you got a guru, let me know. Because I'll swing all that, that same way. I'll go all in and one way. It doesn't matter what contract you pick at that time because it's just one way. But until we get that crystal ball, until we get that CEO that got those numbers and that can show us those numbers, I would recommend writing a spread. Just a two-legged spread. Write a call, write a put. Write a call, write a put. If you want to be heavy on one side, write a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, you know. But when you write them, you have to write them a certain way. When you find them, you have to do the right ones, but with the math and everything, because you want to be able to sure that you do gain more than, and make sure it's worth it, and want. You got to math it out. I'll say that. You got to math that shit out. Wow, we got two V's. That's crazy. Two V's. That's bullish. That's really strong. I mean, we we dropped a couple of days, but it's still early. Oh, this is Saudi Prince. This is the dude that killed killed the what's the name a few years ago. Killed the American journalist. That's a worldwide rule right there. No killing journalists. And this boy is sitting in the fucking White House right now. That's crazy. Sitting in the fucking White House. Damn. I think it was a freaking White House journalist that they killed too to make it even more egregious. Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President. He's a strong guy. Mr. President. Damn, this bitch is ripping. You thought it was turning. Sheesh. So I got that. I got that in my pocket. Now. Sheesh. 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 What is that? Wow, look at that. That's opening print. That's the gap. That's insane. Yeah, that would have been one hell of a trade right there. That would have been one hell of a trade. Did you take that? Did anybody take that? That was nice. I got preoccupied on some other stuff. I had to take care of some other money shit. Ah, damn. Fuck. I just, sheesh. I just took care of a lot of stuff just now, man. Sheesh. We still got that. All right. Sheesh. Sheesh. Damn, missed that whole trade. That's crazy. Um, right here, 1233. 1233. That whole channel was nice. This channel, consolidation, and the weakness, that was a bear trap. That was a nice bear trap too. Got everyone thinking, bought it, believe in it. That's the move. Heartbroken. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Opening print is right there. Opening print is right there. So 60 says 63.34. Yeah, right there. All right, so what is this? Wham, bam, shang-a-ling, and sha la la, la 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 la. Wham, bam, shang-a-ling, and sha la. And sha la 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 la. Wham, bam, shang-a-ling. All right, nah, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that at all. Whew. All right, maybe I can. Well, no, I'm good. I'm good, actually. I'm good. We got that. And then even then, that's way better. Oh my goodness. And then he broke that 140, 60, and 20. Okay. Okay. That's not bad at all, actually. Nah, that's not bad at all. So right now, if they wanna sink the market into the close. Now they rinse the puts. And there's also a shuffling in theta. So there's only certain contracts that are going to be profitable right now. Not every contract is going to be profitable because it has to move a certain way. Yeah, 26. Do that. We can do that. I want to do the whole thing. We can do that. Wham, bam, shang-a-lang, and a sha la 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 la. Wham. I was not a big fan of Guardians of the Galaxy, the movies, but the soundtracks have so much soul. So much soul. Oh, wham, bam, shang a ling, and a shot, la, 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 la. And the 212s here are 159, 150 over there. But honestly, for real, anything over here is going to be crazy. How is it that? That's crazy. This shit is going to go fucking stupid. Oh, wham, bam, shang-a-lang, and a sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. Wham. Why do I love that song, actually? It's a really good song. A really good song. Guardians was so... The movie, I don't know, man. I just couldn't get into Guardians. It was just so goofy. They're so weird. Like, I watched them, of course. Oh, peace out, bro. Best of luck, peace. I'm calling. Oh, yo, Rich. All right, bro. Are you jumping on Path of Exile later on? I seen everyone been taking like a breather on it. I don't know if you left already, but wham, bam, shang-a-lang, and a sha-la. Bear market canceled by infinite Saudi money. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. Trump went to the Saudis for some bread. Bro, they killed one of our journalists in New York. Chopped him up. Put him in a suitcase. What are we doing? Kasaji or something. Look that shit up. This shit just happened. That's crazy. This boy in I said New York. This boy's in Washington right now, sitting next to Trump. That was an act of war. What is that called? That's going against the rule of war that we have here on Earth. No medics, no journalism, no journalists supposed to be injured at all. He killed them, chopped them up, put them in a suitcase. Can't make that shit up, man. Anything stranger would be fake. Anything stranger would be fake. So we got that Saudi money. He got that Saudi money. Crazy. Crazy. Not happy until 665. It's definitely gonna potentially hit that shit. So a 5% correction. That'd be a lot. That'd be a lot. It'll take us about a month to rally back up on a big move like that down. That month would make us shy of Christmas. Talk about the Christmas and New Year rally. So if we're going to get our big correction, that motherfucker's coming. And if not, you got to be there too. You know, it's like, or you gotta stay in cash and wait till after the move. You know, you can sit and wait, or you can set your risk. Because if you're not waiting, you just set your risk at that point in time. I knew they were gonna do some finesse shit like this. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. But all the plays, a lot of the plays I made are for uh this later on this week. I think I did 3 days out, 4 days out. So I did Thursday plays, Thursday, Friday. I have something expiring Thursday, Friday, next week, and the following week. Because the market's about to do something crazy. Like they have to beat expectations like a mother. We are back. All right, so this could be another fucking 52 fake out right here. You know, but I'm looking for the strong move. We've had a couple strong moves today. We had a trade here. I participated here, and I didn't participate in this. I didn't participate in this. I was looking for something better here. I didn't see anything good here. Because it was just so messy. I was looking to hit like another level. Up here. Now they could have squozed those puts. They could have squozed those puts. Wow. So I made a post somewhere. Somebody said bear market canceled by infinite Saudi money. I said, dude just killed one of our journalists on American soil. Now he's in the White House sitting next to Trump. Dude said, I don't know much about that. If true, that's terrible, but the market was running out of steam and Trump will do what's necessary to prop this market up over his tenure and into 2006 and 28 elections. I said, please Google. It took 2 seconds. He just liked it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, dude was fucking murdered. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was damn near live. Damn near live. And then on top of that, Hassan Minaj, at the height of his show, you know, he liked to go digging and he liked to go going into places where, you know, it's like, you know, scary and everything. Well, he ended up coming across these guys and this story after that guy was killed. And they gave him a light warning. They gave him a very light warning. And he backed the fuck off. He backed the fuck off so much he got off his fucking show. He like went down like, dude, oh my god. Dude, join my stream. Somebody calling me? Yo, what's up? Upstairs? I got you. All right. Uh, selling out to the Saudis is a from the Wall Street Journal. Huh. I wonder, are they still talking? If they're still talking, I want to see it. It's off. It's off. Damn, they getting that Saudi money, bruh. Bruh, bruh. Incredible. Incredible. All right, so with today leading into tomorrow, because for them to drop it from here would be because this gap is filled. The gap's filled. We're at 42. We opened at 62. 662. There's the gap. Oh, no, okay. All right. So we still got some more of the gap to go. Okay. So 665 is the top end of the gap. $1 trillion AI investment for surveillance and AI slop. Because no way it is for robots that can't even close a dishwasher. Yeah. Big selling coming. I don't know. It's not looking like big selling coming. But I do want to start positioning myself for tomorrow. So maybe they're going to sell into the close. That's plausible. Today is Tuesday. Everything is tomorrow after hours. Tomorrow after hours. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. And we get more earnings reports too, coming from more consumer places. Walmart, Target, Home Depot reported this morning it wasn't good. Young people aren't buying new homes, they can't afford them. So there are, people aren't buying things to maintain a home or build a home because there aren't new no home, so all these reports that we're going to get is going to make sense of all the different data pieces. And so far Home Depot isn't good. So that's going to be interesting. Likely a gap fill and dump. Yeah. That's what it did yesterday. Essentially, after we filled the gap, it dumped. Today they did the fake out. It kissed it a little bit, and then it dumped, and then it recovered, and then dumped some more. Then it recovered. We hit more of the gap. They like to keep you on your toes. As long as you stretch, you'll be all right. Mm. Bitcoin falls behind $90,000. They are running this thing up, boy. All right, more consolidation right here. Oh, they running this thing. They running this thing. All right, what time is it? It is 1:40. All right, so it looks like we're going into this new channel. Did I buy anything? No, I didn't. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. All right, what do we have expiring today? Okay, awesome. Oh, that's why that put. Okay. What's this? Okay, okay, awesome. Whoa, how can you not participate in this? You know, how much more do you even think? How much more do you even expect this thing to even go? That's crazy. That's egregious right there. That shouldn't even happen, especially on that level. That's incredible. But if they're going to do it, sheesh. Was that for the gap? I think that was for the gap. That was gap. That's the gap. That's the gap. That's new high of day right there. That's new high of day. All right, so this could be money right here. This could honestly be money right here. This is 142. 142 new high of day. 142 new high of day. All right, so hopefully we're out of that channel. 665. And this can be a really strong rejection right here. Maybe. I don't know. We don't know. But there's going to be another play going into. All right, there we go. All right, so I put in a little beak wetter. I feel as though, that was the gap right there. They filled the gap. Now, I think we're going to see fireworks. This was something, yes. I mean, this right here, this was fibbed. This was fibbed out big time. You lost a lot right there. But if you got this, even then right there, no, you got best price maybe somewhere around there. Maybe with this jump, those prices back there lagged up, but the market is doing something really weird. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. Crazy. There we go. What are we doing? All right, there we go. I like to trade nice long channels. I think this probably did what it could do for the upside because it did run a lot up to the upside. And now I think that if at least if I'm wrong, I'm not losing I'm not losing money, or at least I can at least leave out when I hit my break even. I bought in like right there on that bar. So I'm up a little bit. So let's see what happens here. So here's the trade. Here's I guess my second trade. Well, no, I really hate to even call it that or even say that because if the trade reverses, I sell out. Then it's like you know, but we got it at the top of the channel. We have some time for it to go. Look at that Bitcoin at 93,000. Yeah, that would have been a nice spot. What was that? 11 o'clock. Yep, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. That was lower day. There you go, right there. Yep, that 11 o'clock. But even then, to hold that whole time is to hold that is scary. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god, that's so insane. That's insane. All right, he's not talking about the market or anything. I don't want to watch him. We gotta pay attention to the market. He's not saying anything interesting. Oh crap! I forgot these guys were on. No, Tanner. How's it that I'm not subscribed to you, but I always see when your stuff come up? That's crazy. Wild ride. Oh, Oh, wrong spot. I was in another chat and I could have sworn I was writing it in that chat. That's crazy. Well, I guess I can go back to that chat and write it, but I gotta pay attention to the market now. Look at this. What is this? Ugh, I'm trying to link up with that guy too. I'm trying to link up with that guy. I want to go back. All right. We can remove that one. And then I want to send them this message. All right. All right. I'm going to send them this message. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Correct it. Yeah, I wanted to send that message. Wild ride. It's the Nvidia gaps that you were saying earlier, bro. Yeah, yeah, it's the gaps. So we should be wary for the gaps to the upside, because that's definitely, upside that it can capture. Either way, Nvidia is going to break up or it's going to break down. Although it can beat earnings, it can still lose. It can still overall go down because they didn't guide enough, they didn't do something enough, it was too much hype. you know it could just be such an array of things. It's already ripping. This is just a pause. Your contract's still going up, and that took a lot of wind out the sails. But this was the bear trap, bear's trap, boom, go up more. I want to hold my short just a little bit longer. I want to give it time to actually for it to actually do something, because I don't want this to be, the the time, and it's like I'm only down on a couple cents, not even a couple cents, and I get rid of it for no reason. That's being a tight ass, and I'm losing out on all that opportunity. Now when I go to buy back in, it's going to be too expensive or more expensive, or the move happened. You know. Luckily, banked 100% from that trap. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That first trade of the day was definitely a helper. It's the easy trade. It's not the big money trade. It's a money trade, but it's not a big money trade, but it's an easy trade. So they give that to you all the time. That one's on them. The the rest is on you. And VIX went down a little bit. Taking one more here. Another short. All right, so we're in. This is definitely a range. All right, here we go. So this is a lot of meat. That is a lot of ground. It is 2 o'clock. Is 1:58. Uh, oh, All right, so now this is the structure's change right here. So maybe can't wait to watch them video miss earnings and trigger global sell off. Back to 600 soon. Sheesh. I don't think people really understand how big tomorrow is. Priced in and everything doesn't matter. What matters is what they do with them numbers. If the numbers are bad, the market is going to tank. If it's good, it's not going to be that bad. You know, it could be bad either way, but it's cool. That's why we got insurance. You know, I would say for every $3 you put somewhere, you put $1 on the opposite side. I think I'm gonna do something like that because at least if that one goes off, that'll pay for the other three. Maybe give you a little bit of profit. This is crazy, bro. Oh man, it's just gonna be crazy. So from that lower high to there, it's been a couple hours. Mm, mm, mm. All right, so now we're trading in a different range, and this is the range we're in. Either we're gonna break out of this range either way, you know. We see what the top side is looking like. Just pick a direction. That's funny. 662. Let's go. Here comes the sellers again. Close it up. Close it today. Maybe not tomorrow. That's of course we're gonna go up. They gonna pump it. Nvidia crashing. Is Nvidia crashing? Nvidia's not crashing right now. Not right now. Mass layoffs sweep America as market alarm flashes red. The thing about people, they're going to run out of cash reserves. They're going to run out of extra money. They can't pay the extra spending in the economy, and then that's when you see the economic effects. There's been so many layoffs, so many people getting fired. All that stuff is going to hurt. There's not that many high end incomes out there. So those low end incomes that's actually filling up the economy, well, they got to tighten up now. They don't have money to just go around and spend. So I think that's the type of stuff like the Fed try and prevent, try and stop. Mm. 208. Meltdown incoming. Fake implied volatility to inflate options premiums should be illegal. It's moved so much, yet so little the last hour. Yup. Pump to be through the roof after hours and overnight. A must down now. Hold your peace. Man. This makes a lot of sense. Just throwing it out there, but this looks like someone trying to curtail a larger decline today that was developing into 11 a.m. Yeah, I seen that too. Important for us to keep pumping JPM here, so it appears that the financial system is fine while we sell off our bullshit A off stocks. Nvidia's been selling off for the past couple of weeks. Yo, bro. Ah! They're dead to shame, aren't they? 25 trillion will burn fast. Let's go. Pump and dump. Trump is going crazy. Trump calls to revoke ABC's license over reporters Epstein file question. What about the fact that you let someone that murder an American journalist on American soil come to the White House and you take money from them? What about that? Oh, the news better bring that up. Unless they got paid not to talk about that shit no more. I mean, they're probably scared as fuck to talk about that shit. I mean, shit, the fuck? Like, who the hell are you? You know, for shit, if they'll do that, sheesh, that's crazy. Geneva Convention. Those rules are a part of the Geneva Convention. And here come the sellers again, because it would be a marvel we can do from -1% to up 1%. That'd be nasty. Pick a direction. Sick. I got 3K selling them calls today. Even time puts. Talk about that. He killed an American journalist. That's crazy. He killed an American journalist, cut him up in a suitcase, and Trump just bowed to him. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. And he's talking about some reporter asking some question uh, that was like mild mannered or something. What? What are we talking about here? Wow, incredible. The 63 is the floor. That could be the floor. Let's see a -1% closer. All right, now 2 o'clock. This is a whole nother theta. You're going to see the contracts change now. If they're not moving in that direction, that heat is on. The heat is on those contracts. Not seeing an end of day pump in our future. I don't know. They've been faking this out. Well, they've been pumping it all day. VIX expired tomorrow. 500 mid-December. Some people calling for end of day 666. 'Too many puts. I was thinking too many puts. Trying to hit your stop, no reason for. Hmm. Mm, this is boring.
All right, they're running it. They're running it.
I'll be right back.
All right, I went to go heat up my food. Ah, man. Oh wow, look at that. We're still in it. Wow, look at that. Hmm. I drew that out damn near hours ago. So we've been in this range all day since one. Not all day. Okay, since one. Past 3 hours. Sheesh. This is the range burning that I already had the lines drawn. I already had the lines drawn. Wow. Whoa. We wait. Dip or rip tomorrow. Nobody knows. Idiots. I hate idiots. I think when I won two, that thing pushed up 3 levels. Crazy. Epstein files dropping. Market's about to get wrecked. That's next week. I think Monday. No, I'm not interested no more. Product gear, Oh, that's spaghetti. Boomers will sell more than dip buyers can buy. Well, boomers have more money. They have more stock. They have more stock than people have more money. I guess we get a massive move after 3:30. That's what I'm thinking at 3:45. Spy doesn't want to go green. Spy's been moving up all day. We can't tell Spy what Spy doesn't do want to do. Sales pressure way too heavy. Just gets flushed. Oh no, it made it up this far. House overwhelmingly passes bill to release Jeffrey Epstein files. Meta went green. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. What's going up in price? Yeah, VIX going up and price going up. Yeah, that's crazy. A lot of fake breakout bounces that just aren't holding. Yeah, no, they're not holding. Who's your team, first of all? He said Eagles suck. I'm glad I closed my put. Oh snap! We watch a little bit of you. We're teetered on the lower end of the zone. So the zero dates they close automatically at 3:45. You may have to call up your broker and ask them not to close them out because you're on them, unless they change that rule. But there's a lot of rules that goes on with your brokerage that you can call them and you can talk to them and do certain things. There we go. All right, that's 20 minutes. A lot can happen in 20 minutes. There we go. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I think we about to make a power move. Oh, the arena. Skip Bayless. Oh, this is the second show. So the first show was done. Uh, And now they switching over shows. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so cool. That dude got two shows going. That's nuts. That's nuts. Two shows going at the same time. Fuck. I didn't even want to do this, yo. I truthfully didn't even want to do this. S&P 4450 end of year? That has to be fucking bullshit. Yeah, that can't be real. There's no way he's thinking that the S&P is going to hit that. That's crazy. What time is it? 3:38. So they're not going to do anything with these. I'm in love with the cocoa. I get it for the Lolo. I get it for the Lolo. Yeah, we gonna play some music. I don't want to play it from here. I want to play it from. I guess I have to go to the device. Dang, too complicated.
yet in Denver? Because I think it's over, right?
We working on it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We making reservations downtown and all the good stuff. So we working on it.
You're personally on the planning committee?
Yeah. I'll be there. You know
Oh,
what I'm
it's
saying?
raining
Drive
outside.
probably a
I'm gonna
drop
call my
top,
mom, see if it's raining over
electric
there.
Escalade or something like that. They building it right now.
Can we get a close up on Gerald's toes? I mean, these things are gigantic.
It is real tough.
I never even seen like that.
That's as big as my
Coach,
leg.
did you request that they put that Super Bowl winning in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to put that in there. You know what I'm saying? Stop
Yeah,
playing with
Coach
my guy.
said, he messaged me, he said, excuse me, I need a Super Bowl win in there.
You feel
I got
me?
my Super Bowl boys over here.
You feel me?
You guys got rings.
Gotta have that.
I didn't do much, but I was there.
He did
Present.
enough.
It counts.
Yeah, he did enough.
All right, guys. As always, this episode is presented by Underdog. And if you are new to Underdog, today is the day. Get $100 in bonus entries when you play just $5 with code GRID. Win or lose, Underdog isn't stopping there. New customers also get a gimme pick. CeeDee Lamb just needs one more yard for that pick to hit. So Underdog is available in most states, including Florida, California, Texas. So go support the show, claim your bonus, and start playing today with code GRID. Today, we are going to be talking about Caleb Williams, asking Coach over here about Shedeur Sanders, Josh Allen, his Superman performance, and so much more. But first, we got to start with your Cowboys
Yes, we do.
because I think they, honed a little bit of the 90s Cowboys because, CeeDee Lamb and Pickens were out partying all night and still balled out. So, you know what? Let's hone some 90s Cowboys.
Yeah.
Pickens went crazy, 144 yards,
Lord.
touchdown. I think the Steelers might be dying a little bit right now, knowing that they have,
How did we steal him for a third-round pick? Really?
right?
You gave him up?
We'll
Take him.
take him.
Tomlin was tired of grooming young
I know.
receivers. You know what I'm saying? He's known for it.
Well, he kept saying he's got to grow up.
He got to grow.
guess he
was-
grew up
was
in
tired of
Dallas.
raising.
Yeah,
he was
he
tired
grew-
of raising
Yeah,
wide
he
out.
had been through that too.
He reminds me a lot.
Oh, AB.
Yeah.
He reminds me a lot
like-
of another Georgia receiver
No,
that
I know.
coached in Cincinnati, AJ Green.
Oh, that's.
Oh yeah,
He got the same type of frame,
Same frame,
length, all that.
Yeah.
Same downfield
AJ
ability.
was nice.
But AJ was a good guy, though, right? I mean, he was.
See, that's what he got.
did a
That's
great
different.
Yeah,
That's what he got. That's different than AJ. That's what I like. Like,
I do too.
He bring that
I do
shit.
too.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
You
does.
like that.
I
Yeah.
love
Clearly,
that.
the Steelers didn't
I
like
swear, about 2 years ago, right? I'm doing Kay Adams show. I put George Pickens on my top 5. Twitter killing me. Oh my God, you don't know any. I said, bro, all he needs is a dog ass
There.
quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He a top 5 receiver because what he could do downfield. Now look at him.
that. Look at him. Well,
Now look at him.
well, Skip, I got to know because after what
Yeah.
we saw last night, what shot do you give the Cowboys at winning one or both of their next 2 games?
After what I saw last night, and you can laugh at me for overreacting, I think they now have a good shot at winning both of their next 2 games against the defending Super Bowl champ and the team that lost in the Super Bowl. And I know that Aqib and Coach were kidding me before the show started. Well, if you could play the Raiders every Sunday, you'd be okay, right? Or every Monday night. Yeah, that's true. I give you that. But I did sit here, right here, in the show yesterday, and I picked the Raiders to win this game because, as I said, I was sick and tired of watching my team blow games at Chicago and at Carolina, and especially against Jacoby
All right, selling
Brissett
off in the
2 Monday
close.
nights ago,
Yeah.
that they should have won. And I know these players watch our show, so I wanted them to see me call them out, put them on notice, and say, okay, for once on a Monday night, show me, just show me something. Show me that you did revamp and revitalize your defense around Quinnen. And did they ever show me last night? I give you it was the Raiders, but I got to tell you, they dominated
Those
from the start.
motherfuckers, man.
And yet, from the very start, CeeDee and Pickens get disciplined. And they
Mother-
missed the first series. and
Look
they
at
had to
that. That's
alternate for a couple series.
criminal.
And to your point, yeah, they were probably out.
Oh,
because
hey, what's up,
Turkey-
Billy? You guys
No
banging
shot.
here? Yeah, man. We're still
They were gonna
trading.
miss the first series.
Glad I closed my
got
put.
that. But
I'm
what I
sorry.
did
Oh,
love
Illy.
about it was
I didn't even
they
see
were
that. My
out
bad.
Together. They seemed
I gotta
really
mo- I have to
like
move
each
my
other.
chat.
Ballin'.
I gotta move my chat
CeeDee
over here so I
having
can see it.
accepted him as a co-number 1, man. That's a big deal.
That's
Yeah.
real.
And they feed off each other. That's a big deal to me. So all of a sudden, I'm seeing a Quinnen Williams as a real live legitimate anchor of a defense. A real
Yeah, he
live
is.
legitimate anchor and leader. And and difference maker,
This
a
is
genuine
nuts.
force in the middle of
That's
the defensive line,
nuts.
along with Kenny Clark. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing pockets get blown up. And I know the Raiders are no good in the offensive line, but they're just getting devastated and
That's
dominated.
nuts.
And all of a sudden, I'm seeing super highways to the quarterback. For Clowney's turned back the clock 10 years. He looks real to me. That looked real. That looked legitimate. All of a sudden, I'm seeing James Houston and I'm seeing Osa, and I'm wait a second. Here's another one. Dante Fowler. I'm seeing flashes. All of a sudden, Overshown's back and he's making a play here or there on defense because he's a force, man. And all of a sudden, Deron Bland looked like he could cover because he knew they're going to get to the quarterback and he's only got to cover for 2.5 seconds or Gino's going to go down. And I said, if we just have a semblance of a legitimate, respectable defense, just a semblance, just something credible, like a 50-50 defense where you're middle of the pack. With our offense, as you saw it again on display last night, that was explosive. Dak was superb, as he can be. Those two receivers feeding off each other. George Pickens is, man, he is so acrobatic and so athletic and so shifty quick after catch. CD plays with power and strength and just overwhelms you. He'll run through you. But Pickens is make you miss, man, after the catch. And he said that was his goal last night. I'm going to make people miss.
It's crazy. Dude got
Javonte's
two
running
shows
the
going on.
football. The offensive line
This was
finally got
nuts.
healthy.
That
And all of a
buy.
sudden,
That was
Logan
crazy.
Wilson is calling the signals on defense. He's calling
That
the
thing was
signals.
selling
I'm
off. They
saying,
keep propping
that
this
looked-
market up.
That looked different to me. So
They keep propping it
would
up.
serve as kind of almost like a dress rehearsal game for the next two. That's what it was. It was almost like the preseason dress rehearsal third game that they used to play, where all of a sudden you get ready. Now you got the champs coming in. Then you got Mahomes coming in a 4-day span, back to back. And I'm saying, I'm good. I'm good. I like this. That felt right to me last night.
Mm-hmm.
I get them boys a chance. Well, you always got a chance if you got that offense, because shit, it might be a shootout and Dak might get the ball last. If it's a shootout and Dak get the ball last, he probably going to win that motherfucker, because all you got to do is get to the 50. Aubrey probably going to hit it. You know what I'm saying? The defense definitely looked better last night, and can't deny that. I feel like this how the defense would have looked if they would have kept Parsons. All you need is one guy to demand all the attention, and then all the other guys going to eat. They don't have nobody to demand attention without Quinnen Williams, without Parsons. So you add Quinnen Williams in there, he demand all the attention, other guys come free. I mean,
Micah was there the last 4 years, and I couldn't.
And they were straight. That's why they was up there in sacks, up there in turnovers.
Not last
Dak was,
year.
Well, I mean, not last year, but the years before. That's why Dak was just tripping in the playoffs, right? It wasn't Parsons. To me, it was Dak tripping in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? You got a chance to
tripping
win.
over himself.
Exactly.
Right?
Tripping over himself. But the defense definitely, they looked better last night because they got a guy to demand all that attention.
They did.
But with that being said,
That was crazy.
the Raiders still crossed the 50.
That was
every
one
time
hell
they
of a
got
move
the
right
damn
there.
ball. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Kick
that's
3
pretty
field
much the
goals,
end
all
of the
that a
day
couple
right there.
times.
Yo,
I
tomorrow's going to be
like
big.
The scheme of things.
Tomorrow, Thursday. Now, the reason why tomorrow is going to be big is because tomorrow, end of day, that's when the earnings is going to be for NVIDIA. You know, today they're making moves and then range bound, keeping us range bound for hours. You know, so it's like, what can we do? But this move's going to be epic. I do think this move's going to be epic. I mean, next week we have Powell. It's a double whammy, but this week this is what this is. And between the two, that's massive.
With the Cowboys, you know what I'm saying? They definitely got a chance, though. That's the question. I ain't betting with them, though. Just
Okay, so you
It's
guys
massive.
0-2 over the next two.
Easy.
Easy 0-2.
Easy
all right?
0-2.
Okay.
Hope it don't get ugly.
Not easy. This team's better.
Thank you.
They've gotten a lot better. I mean, offensively, Dak is Dak, and they got the receivers. The running game is solid. And defensively is where they obviously improved. What this does for Brian Schottenheimer as a coach, right? Now I don't feel stressed out. I got to go for it on 4th. I can rely on Aubrey to kick a 45-yard field goal on 4th and 3.
Look at this. They won't let it drop.
Now that we can stop an inside zone, for God's sakes. We can
What's
stop
that, 180, 140?
We get pressure. Yeah. We got linebackers that can run with Wilson and Overshawn back. So,
We
yeah,
were
I
even
think it's
lower than
a great
that.
situation for Dallas to make a move. This is a
179. Hit a little
fourth quarter of the
179.
season. This is when you got to make your move. This is when you got to show up, Gerald. They have the pieces
And
to
this.
do it. There's no excuses
There's
anymore.
no excuse.
So now it's time for Dallas.
Mm.
I still think there are holes in their defense. I really do. They're not great. The safeties are kind of, you know what I mean? Malik and Wilson are okay. They're physical guys, not great in coverage. But I do feel like with the offense that they have, the pieces in the middle with Clark and Quinion.
Yeah.
That look good.
Everybody's pretty much back.
And that's the point.
Today was a big.
They got guys back.
Mm.
The offense looked good yesterday.
Gold inched up. Gold inched up all day. Inch.
Three technique.
SoFi, nothing. AU, gold, Apple, the same.
But that three technique.
Mm.
So what he does is when that running back is running, especially in the zone, he's looking downhill. He's reading that three technique. That three technique is upfield, make it cut back, cool. If he gets here, then he keeps stretching it. But if you have a three technique that's disrupting everything, and then a nose guard that's getting no movement, that
What if they say, due
Quinn
to market volatility, we cannot release the earnings report under fiduciary want.
So now you got two guys that
Ergo,
what they can do.
the earnings report will be reported next. And then they might make some because government data, we needed some data. And without that data, we couldn't.
Now in the back end, I don't know, but the offense for Philly's a little, but they always find a way. I love Philly. But then offensively, the Cowboys' offense is really good, but they're facing a really good defense.
Yep.
So they do have a chance. And then Kansas City, I love Mahomes. We don't know what we're going to get. I'm with Lee. I still have them losing both of these games. But they really do have a shot. One wrong mistake, and the Cowboys can still win one of these games. But I love that 1-2 punch in the middle, man. It looks great.
Allow me to remind you, opening Thursday night at Philly, the defense as it was without Micah.
All right,
held
Spy.
Allen and company to
And what the
3
hell is
points. Wound
this?
up 24-20.
Why are they doing that? Like, that's crazy.
4 passes in that game.
This should have been happened. It would have been way. Oh my God, that's just so infuriating,
I think we win the game.
Yeah.
Okay?
I don't.
bro. Pay me.
All right.
Stop.
You guys also
Pay
every
me.
game is different. And we've seen Philly's offensive struggles, but
Pay me.
They do.
they did the same thing in that game.
Don't delay me. Pay me.
They know what they did in that first game. They know what they did defensively. They know what they did offensively in the second half.
Don't delay me. Pay me.
Okay, this is a completely different group up front. So how do we adjust?
All right, I have some puts right now on Nvidia. That's up 200%, but I wish I would have gotten the ones for the following week. I would love to see a 200% gainer that expires in 2 weeks, and the move didn't even happen yet. I would love it. Debating whether or not we should buy more.
What really gonna do? Be scared to play the Cowboys because they got Quinn Williams?
Yeah.
Eagles feel like our D tackles is way better than that.
Yeah, and I'll give you this. Jalen Carter got himself ejected before it even started on opening Thursday night by spitting at Dak.
He'll be there.
He will be there in full force. I'm sure he feels like he owes.
Jalen Phillips will be there.
He's
Nolan
come
Smith
with
will be
some
there.
vengeance.
Nolan Smith will be there.
It's cool. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They have a chance.
Quinn and
I
Williams.
still wish would leave. I don't see them winning,
Yeah, they
but
got a
have
chance because of the offense.
Oh, that's it right there. That's the market. Ding, 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 ding.
Overshown will be there.
He looked great last night.
Philadelphia's going from Lane Johnson to Fred Johnson at right tackle. That's a big
deal. It's a big deal.
Fred Johnson was. Did you see Fred Johnson last game?
Still a big deal.
Tomorrow, see you at 2:40. Nvidia.
Shit. I seen him on Aiden Hutchinson by his
Hope
damn
people
self.
loaded those cheap prices today. Tomorrow, 2:30 plus.
Aiden Hutchinson ain't do shit.
Lane's pretty
So
good.
hey, Fred pretty good.
All right.
they're not what they were in the offensive line. That's the biggest difference because Saquon just can't get on track because he doesn't have the free lanes that he had last year.
Well, hopefully he don't get on track against the Cowboys.
I agree.
Yeah, and Quinnen, I mean, Quinnen is great, man. He can ball, but he did what you're supposed to do as an elite D tackle versus
Absolutely.
backup O lineman.
Yep.
Right.
Like he
Nephew could have got in and played center for them boys last night.
Backup O lineman, man. I'm telling you, when you
Brian Nephew, man.
you
Nephew
check
coulda-
that scout report,
This is the face of a man about to miss earnings.
This is the starters. All right, let me see who they. Okay.
Oh,
Is
this? That's funny.
By Friday, they got backups.
Wow.
Yep.
Hey, yeah. You go over there.
Today's going to be tomorrow. Oh my gosh, these next 2 days.
That's what he did.
Prediction
They look
235.
better. I ain't saying they ain't look better.
I'm all in at 100.
And the D coordinator away.
Dumping hard. It's not dumping hard.
You calling weak free
End of
zone
day.
first
Yeah.
place,
Dumping
by
hard
five
into the end of the day. Yeah.
18 yard. What the fuck is we doing? What did we do all week?
I know, but he's been doing that to
But
everybody.
what did we say we gonna do all week?
All right.
All week game plan. Who we gonna stop, Coach?
Trey Tucker?
Nah, exactly. Bowers. How did he come out and catch a 20-yard, whatever it was, stop rock, corner route, 7-stop? Like, what are we doing?
Okay.
Because you don't got to load the box.
Like, come on, man.
You ain't got to load the box yet. I think Genty's going to be good, but he ain't at that level where you got to load the box.
Like, come on, man.
Okay, well, what did I tell you yesterday? You just totally rebuilt everything on the fly through a bye week.
Yeah.
And I asked you, do you think they're going to
Wow.
and click
Today
on
was,
Monday night? And you said no. Did it
One
be
heck of a
problem?
day.
Okay.
Shit, it was a
We
problem.
made some money,
But
and I
like I
think
said, did you see the post game?
I
Emotional they
put
were?
some
Told you they was gonna come out and
some
play
markers in some
hard for their
places
teammate
Yeah.
passed away. Like, you
that
seen,
can
like,
help.
it's usually gonna be one or two, but
Well, it's,
And
I
Bobby
touched a
Roode
lot
and another thing I
of
told you,
NVIDIA
G can get traded today and go start tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, his job is
and
to
a
go
lot
fix that
of
team to team.
and
He
some
don't got a
SPY.
whole scheme that he got to learn.
yeah.
Go in
I
and
am
go to
leveraged out
another
both
team tomorrow
ways.
and do the same damn thing.
yeah.
Okay.
But
Close left, close right.
exactly.
Where
you
the
know what I'm
slide
saying?
coming from?
But Baker Mayfield can't do that. Dak
Can't.
can't do that. He got to come learn the system, and that
Yeah.
position is
Although
just
Baker
different.
did do that on Thursday night for the Rams.
Yeah, he did.
right?
You know.
Well, you seen it.
That's Baker, though.
CNBC
man
Dow
from
closes
the
500
Jets,
points. S&P
Frost.
logs its
different.
longest
You know what I'm
slide
saying?
since
You ain't got-
August.
You can't just throw. You can't just be like, hey, you got him all game. Well,
SPY
the defense gotta
when
adjust, or you just traveling with him all game.
after
That's
hours
like when I played
opens
with
and it
Revis,
keeps
We
dumping.
had a defense call, and then we would tag Revis to it.
Yeah.
So we knew, but we was with Revis all off season.
Yeah.
We knew when you tag Revis, that means he's going with him. He's traveling
All
with him
right.
everywhere. The rest of the defense
SPY
adjusts.
crashing hard.
So, yeah.
It's
Well,
just
not
different.
that.
It's just different.
SPY,
I expect
no.
Quinn Williams to come
A
in
dollar and
dominate like he
change.
do.
Stop.
And that's what he did. But
Well, I told you yesterday they did not trade Eberflus, right? They
Ooh.
didn't. I wish they could have thrown him into the deal.
hey, me,
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, wow. That puppy was gone.
Then you can have Eberflus.
That
So I
puppy
told
was
you,
gone.
You can do a lot better when he gets better players, didn't I, Skip?
You too.
I did tell you that.
Look at
Yeah,
that
you
higher
did.
day.
You've had believed in
It's
it.
not about
Ever
plays, it's about
since
players, Keith.
144.
Sometimes
It's just
about
been
the game of
dropping.
play.
Yep.
And that's
Yep,
why
yep,
Brock
yep,
Bowers
yep,
running
yep.
fucking free the whole
All right.
fucking
Well,
game.
look, that's the day right there.
Alright, Skip,
I'm going to do a lot of homework tonight, a lot of videos,
Is that
Well,
his
he's
name?
just-
a lot of key levels.
My
I mean,
It was
we leverage our way a lot to the downside,
Shattered all the rookie tight ends
but
that
we
Kevin
did
Durant
make
yeah, exactly. That's the
insurance
reason
plays,
why
to the
he
up.
won't catch
Okay.
a ball. He
And
won't
tomorrow
catch
we're
a
gonna
ball.
have some
At least
cash
the
flow
first
so
couple
that we
possessions,
can,
like,
we still got some powder and everything, so then we can trade and, get ready for that stuff. So,
Seattle, how does
woo,
Jason get
all
on
day
every
today.
route,
This is
man?
wild.
Cover it, triple
Check
it.
you out tomorrow.
Like